also, hopefully my audio is working. Yes, it is. I also messed with my bitrate a little bit again because last time I noticed there was a bit of a bigger delay. Now things look a little bit more stable. Like there's not a much big delay this time. So I was actually playing this and World of Tanks, but I thought Jim has a clan here. And he said I could join. Right now I need to still unlock that stuff, but might as well give this game a try. Who knows, maybe I'll like it. Oh, right. I haven't tested the game to see how stable it will be. I'm gonna get the rest of the tier 1 ships. Already picked up a few that I was missing. The USSR, UK, and I think France. Now I'm gonna grab all of them and get all the way up to tier 2 and then maybe start random battles. That if it's seeing that it follows a similar formula as World of Tanks, I know how crappy tier 1 is. Fortunately they're all free. The ones you get at the start, Japan, US and Germany, I already did those. Hopefully I have enough room for all of them. This is the first time I actually see this. One Asia. Where is this supposed to be? No offense. I'm stupid, okay? I don't know what that's supposed to be. Chinese, maybe? Man, judging by the name, it's probably Chinese ships. Or at least in its majority. While testing this game, stability, I also was getting a feel for it. And yeah, that's where I started noticing I'm gonna have to adjust quite a bit. What was that? I just heard something. I don't know if it was Discord or the game. Might as well check. Sorry if it goes quiet. No, it was probably the game. Let's see. I guess some of these nations are still being developed, but I have to have at least one of each nation and at least one of each type. And this is only preview, so this is probably still beta, or like being tested, or maybe being developed. What is this supposed to be? No idea. I bet you port. Let's actually grab my USSR. And what is this? I just recently unlocked this. Oh. I'm not gonna bother with this just yet, mainly because it's tier 1. It's tier 1. I don't know how these actually help. Okay, no. I only use things that will give me benefits. That's kind of what I want to do. I'm not too much of aesthetics. Camouflage, for instance, that I do see benefit because it makes me harder to attack. But this is tier 1, so I'm not gonna waste resources on that. So to play it safe, I'm gonna stick with the PvE right now, with the tier 1s, mainly because I'm still getting the hang of it. I just too used to... what's the word? Being surrounded by rubble buildings and bushes from the World of Tanks, where you had to use those. So you had to learn to take cover, how to take cover, the ins and outs of everything. But here, it's so different. I mean, you're mostly wide open water with probably a few islands on the side, but there's not much in the way of cover. Also, because they're ships, stopping is harder. Going backwards is harder. So that's something I'm gonna have to learn. I'm hoping to like get through all of the unlocking all the basic stuff fast, so I can actually start entering. Well, in tanks they were called platoons. I don't know how it's called here. And joining clans. I wonder, does World of Warship have clan wars? I have to ask Jim about that. Okay, why there's two pink? This is the first time I see that. Two pink ones. Maybe I'm about to unlock that or something. Maybe these guys are platoon of some sort. No? Only the bottom and the top one are platoon. At least that's what it looks like with the marking on it. But what are the pink ones? This is the first time I actually have to start from the middle. I would usually start up there or down there. Fortunately, the AI is trash. But then again, these boats are trash. So I'm gonna have to get used to this rotation speed of those cannons, because on tanks that wasn't so slow. Start slowing down just in case. I'm gonna try to play it safe right now, even though how?
Good luck and fair seas. Enemy force detected. Many thanks. Enemy cruiser sighted.
Oh, yes it was. This part's not so different from tanks. When aiming at a fast target, you would always have to aim ahead. A little bit. Okay, he's slowing down. Damn it. That's not okay, actually one went through. And it actually hit. Okay, I was surprised. Okay, there's one more over here. Let's get both guns there. Oh, that. I'm not. This is something I still don't get it. How I'm pretty much following this guy without even trying. Oh no, he's gonna get away. He's gonna get away. Oh, I thought he was gonna get right in front of it. I've had that problem in World of Tanks way too many times. Oh crap, this one is actually on me. I should have. This is something I need to learn to avoid when I start playing in random battles.
Our team has taken the lead.
So know that heavily damaged areas are not. I look at it through and know that heavily damaged areas take less damage.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
There's another one already coming out of the cover. That was a really bad shot.
Our victory is in sight.
Oh, I like that one. Actually hit the bridge, I think. He must have lost power in the engines. That was like slowing down. Or he's trying to back up. No, he's trying to back up. Let's go on this one. put it in low.
Access level 5 unlocked.
A ship signal?
To unlock the next access level, play 2 battles.
At least it's fast. This is another reason why I'm doing PvE right now. To get through not just the ships fast, but to unlock the access levels fast. Okay. This is something I might keep. I don't remember on World of Tanks, getting ammo rack was the worst. If that's a thing here as well, I'd rather avoid getting one-shotted. I might keep that if I have it in other tanks as well. It says I have 15 available, so it's limited use. And I'll save it for when I start getting like my favorite ships. Once I like start to like. So look at this another time. And I think I only need to do that twice. 2 battles. No? 1 battle was enough? Huh. Normally it'll be the other way around. Oh well. I have room, so this is something I will do. Once I'm done with a tier 1 ship, I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna get rid of it. I think I can sell it from here. Let's get rid of this one because I don't want to get. I don't know how much room I have yet. Let's get rid of this tier 1. I no longer need that one. This is something I tend to do. Like when I'm working on a branch, I make sure like sell what I don't need or I'm not using at all. In this case, I'll have to use this one to get to the other type of which I need to learn. The destroyer, cruiser. This is the battleships. I feel like I might favor battleships more because I'm prefer doing the most damage as possible. These I don't know. I'll know if I like these or not, how well I'll do once I give them a try. But it'll probably be a while till I get to those. Let's see. The next tier 1 is Britain. There's something I will say. On World of Tanks, I really favored the British tanks, particularly the heavy ones. For some reason, they made for like. Even though they're heavy tanks, they were made for good snipers. They had such high penetration and such good accuracy on World of Tanks. Now we'll see how well they fare here. Supposedly, their advantage is their AG shells. Right? They're pretty damn good, supposedly, according to the video I saw. But we'll know for sure if I like them or not. Once I actually start playing more with them. Hopefully everything's working on it. I hope audio is good for you guys right now. Then yes, I'm gonna be doing a lot of comparison between this and World of Tanks, of which I have considered going back to at some point. It'll depend how much I end up liking this game, but I do tend to kind of like these kind of games. Especially if I'm playing with people, with other people, with good communication. I do wonder how clans are managed here. Like I remember on World of Tanks there was this whole clan war thing, which they participated a few times with the last clan I was on. We generally made it to like the last round where we had to fight the defending team, in which we would get wrecked. I wonder how things are gonna be here.
Action stations.
Okay, yeah, these guys have HE only. I have 3 guns. Fortunately, 2 of the 3 guns are on the front, something I'm really happy for. Range-wise, it does seem to have, they have less range. I like sticking close to the island, so I have a way greater area. So they still need to learn to take advantage of the islands. Except for probably the bulky battleships. Slow down a little bit. I get to take a choose. And no, one did hit. So notice there's no like worrying about the crew. I mean, more of the times you could lose crew members, which suck. But it was part of the mechanic. Something I could take advantage of, and others could take advantage of me. Heck, I remember one being considered destroyed because I lost all of my crew members, even though my tank wasn't. Right on me. And there goes the engine. It's probably just damaged. It doesn't look like I can actually bring them to full stop like they all of them would know why we should aim like this more. Good thing they're just too prepared to focus on a much closer target. this is. Hopefully this is slowing down.
Enemy cruiser sunk. Our victory is in sight.
Supposedly the bridge is weak. Based on some of the videos I've seen. And also that ahead of me, but I'm turning them right now. And this is the first time we actually go for all kills. Every single time we would, the PvE would be victory by capture, which is boring. But the victor's victory. But at least I'm kind of getting the hang of it. I just need to stop being so risky. When it come to random battles, that's the risk I won't have to take. At least I feel like I shouldn't take those risks. Fortunately, I got more than enough experience for this. At least the upside of doing it like this, of not having to worry about the crew member, is that I don't have to purchase or train crew members. At least as far as I can see. Nor the crippling effects of losing a crew member. Now to test what in World of Tanks were my least favorite nation. The French! Hopefully the next thing I can do is actually joining other people and hopefully a clan. I'll probably occasionally play this game off stream just to like grind for better ships. And practice. Practice, practice, and practice. British were a little fast to pick up speed. Also the Germans, they were like really mobile when I tested their boats. Unfortunately, they get free loot from this. At least the French also have 2 guns on the front, so I'm very happy. I just have to learn the boats and find a proper place for myself. I don't know if I can actually crash into these floating things. I never was paid attention to that. Let's actually test that. I'd stand up. Looks like I can only face them. Which is a good thing. Oh. closer, I'm a bigger threat. It was the main of it, right? I am getting wrecked by AI. Oh, the American. Fire. Oh, at least they were on the world of command.
Our victory is in sight. Enemy cruiser sunk.
What? What happened? Okay, we won. Oh yeah, we did. I'm not getting the experience on it. Probably because it is the PvE. Once I start playing the PvP, the random battle, that's when I'll probably start getting the free experience. Yes, that's how it was on World of Tanks. But then again, World of Tanks didn't really have PvE. Back when I last played it, there was no such thing.
Access level 6 unlocked. Use free XP to research any ship or ship module.
Never mind, that was locked behind that.
To unlock the next access level, play 2 battles.
Let's see new here. Oh, there's 3 tutorials. This here. What do I have here? This is something new here. Let's check. Oh, this looks like it's working up, so that means it'll be something I'll unlock later down the line. I'm not gonna purchase premium. I got a code I found. Doing wargaming in an MMO, other MMO site. A few hours ago. Test. And now don't go to that. Over the videos off stream. But I should have enough for the next ship here already. Yep. Strange that with the American, the German, and the Japanese, I actually had to do 2 battles. I wasn't getting enough experience for some reason. Unless it's because now I have the temporary premium for a day. Oh, and I already have some experience right off the bat. So if I wanted to, I could just skip all of these tier 1s. But I'm actually gonna save the free experience for other researches. Like maybe fully upgrading the tier 2 ones. I feel like it would be a waste to use that free experience on the tier 1s. And skip. Hey Jim, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. How about you? How you doing?
Let me lower the volume of the game on my end, because I can barely hear you.
Gotcha.
Where is it? Audio.
Yeah, music is probably one of those that you probably turn down quite a bit.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, there.
I mean, unless you love the music, then obviously you'll probably want to keep it on, when you're, um, playing on the regular. But yeah,
I just lowered it quite a bit.
yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so I kind of got through my little intro and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah.
So I've been noticing the fact that you have been playing a little bit there. Um,
Yeah, I still need to unlock the to make a platoon and return a clan. I'm still like need. I win 2 battles, okay, like level 7, which is unlocked the next basic thing. And just now, I just unlocked the free experience. Just now.
right. Have they given you the access to captains yet, or no? Because I'm
No,
noticing that you have
nothing.
a.
No, none of that yet.
Okay. Okay.
So in the meantime,
Uh,
I'm using the tier 1s on PvE just to unlock those faster. Since they're pretty short battles.
yeah, yeah. That they normally are. So, um. Okay, so I should be able to invite you into the clan. From what I understand, there's nothing restricting me to inviting you. I just need to figure out how.
Well,
Let's see.
you should probably be able to do it from maybe your clan menu, like invite player and then write down the player you want to add. And it was like that on World of Tanks, where clans could send invites through their clan menu, or if they were in game and they could right click on in the list and they would see invite to clan. I don't know how it is here. I don't even know if World of Warship has Clan Wars. I remember World of Tanks had that, and I did a few
Let me
rounds of that before.
Yeah, let me see if I can send you a message. Hey there, Blackheart.
Yeah, I see your message.
Okay. Now, so you can go ahead and add me to your contacts. Now let's see. I'm going to go ahead and invite you into a division. Definitely not be ready on that one. So all you have to do is just accept the join to division. It's up at the upper portion of your
Oh, there it
screen
is.
there. Little pop-up window.
Okay, there it is.
There we go. Okay, now let's see. Let me see if I can invite you into the clan. So
Yeah, I
there
got the
might be a.
invite.
Okay, you're welcome to join if
Invitation.
you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I mentioned to anybody, if you don't want to be part of the clan, you don't have to. But uh, it sounded like you had some interest in it, so
Yeah, I am interested in being part of a clan.
okay. Now, my clan isn't that large. You're the seventh member,
Hmm.
uh, and so there are some benefits to being a part of the clan, obviously. If you open up in the upper right hand corner, there looks to be like a little building with an arrow right next to it.
Yeah.
If you click on that, that should show you a listing of all the buildings that have like been researched and what the benefits are for you. So, for example, the dry dock there,
Hmm.
um, all the repairs done to your ships are 10%, reduced in cost. So
Yeah, that's nice to
instead of
have.
so instead of like 1,000 you know credits being used to repair your ships, it's now like 900. So not too bad, not too shabby on that.
Yeah, this is nice.
So obviously there's more for me to expand on. Some I haven't even gotten to expand out yet, like the steel port down at the very bottom there, because uh, the the first tier of that requires 60,000 oil, so
Hmm.
it's expensive. Uh,
Yeah, clan stuff tend to be that way.
yeah. So um, now I don't think you're going to be able to join just yet, but there is the naval battle during the weeks, if you click on naval battle, on the left-hand side,
Naval battles.
um, down at the near the very bottom there. That's what we've been kind of doing lately in the clan, is trying to set up this preparation. Now, the preparation means that we have to earn, in this particular case, we have to earn 18,300 base XP to allow for us to actually get into the weekend clan battles, or the weekend naval clan battles.
Yeah.
Um, so, and that's under the engagement group stage, which obviously we're not there just yet. Um, okay, OBS Studio, sure, feel free to disconnect. I'm sure that my chat would love that.
Trouble
Okay,
there.
there it goes. Reconnect. Okay, so um, I doubt that we're going to be able to get 18K in just the 2 hours that I normally stream tonight.
Hmm.
Um, but I mean, just bear that in mind. If you play any other day, then you're basically going to be contributing to this in some fashion or another. Okay?
Yeah, I'll probably try to
So,
do that. Mainly to get the hang of the game a little bit.
yeah. Right below that, obviously, is clan battles, but I mean, we're
We can't
not
do it yet.
there yet.
No.
uh, um,
Like I wonder
uh,
how what the similarities between clan battle and clan wars from World of Tank are. Like I look at it, let's see what it shows me. Yeah, it doesn't even show me the anything, just this.
no, I
Remember
mean,
in
you can
World
go
of
to,
Tanks, like this. Last I played, World of Tanks didn't have anything like this. I don't know
yeah,
how it is now. When I
if you
was
go to,
doing Clan Wars with the old clan I was with,
hmm,
it felt like a tournament format. Like every single clan that's attacking it would have to beat each other, and the last one standing has to fight the defending team, the one controlling the territory.
yeah, yeah, so, if you go back down to clan battles, up at the very top, there is some additional tabs that you can click on. Clan rating, Hall of Fame, and rules. So that kind of gives you a little bit more details as to,
You know,
um,
in World of Tanks, you
you
would
know,
actually be able to see a bit of a world map to see what clans controls what.
yeah, but that's not, um, you don't, you're not
Non-existent
really
here, pretty much.
cared. Yeah, there's no really world per se. It's just, yeah, it's the number of battles and you know, how much you're winning per se. So,
Hmm.
you know, what's your clan rating based off of the number of battles that you're doing, kind of thing. So, oh, for Division Star, the more players you division up with and play along with,
Hmm.
the more stars, um, are possible, and the more stars you get, you look at up at the that little timeline, kind of look to it, and you know, you'll get some extra benefits for every star that you have. So, um, you know, so if you see a player that's online, then maybe see if you can get them to like join you in a division so that you have the potential of getting more stars out of it. Now, obviously, we're not going to be able to get up to 75 stars because uh,
We're still
every
small.
well, yeah, but every team up you can only get like 3 stars total. So we would need at minimum 25 people to team up with
Yeah.
per se. So, or well, no, not necessarily. You know, everybody has a potential of getting stars. So, if it was just like by myself, I would need 25 stars in order to, you know, I would have to team up with 25 people. But, you know, you yourself, you're also going to be getting 3 stars. So, actually, I think it's individual based. Um, so while, you know, I get 3 stars and you get 3 stars, it's not going to combine to 6 stars. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it'd be nice if that was the case, but yeah, probably not.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Probably not. So, if I remember correctly. So, um, so yeah, that's pretty much everything that you kind of need to know about, you know, the clan for the most part. I mean, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. But
No, definitely like more complex and more simplistic than World of Tanks was. Like last I played, there wasn't a base thing. At least last I played, so I don't know now. From my experience, I feel that there's a lot more.
potentially.
Mm,
Okay. Now let's if you uh, go back there. There we go. Okay, so it hasn't given you the possibility of doing captains yet, which is interesting. But let's um, let me switch it over to co-op battles.
yeah.
I'm the division lead right at the moment in time, so I get to kind of choose between the battle types. But
Yeah, it's
you
okay.
know, you're
Yeah.
brand new.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
we'll
I'm
stick
gonna
with
save the
the
free
co-op
experience
battles.
for researching the other ships. I'm not gonna waste it on the tier ones. Because it helps me
Yeah,
get a feel for each nation, I guess.
yeah. Um, so bear in mind that while you can use your free experience to purchase or to like purchase upgrades and
Yeah,
you know
research
purchase
up
the
ahead.
research,
Yeah.
um, if you look at the tech tree, um, you might notice that there are some ships that are available to purchase completely with um with your free XP. So for example, if you go to Germany, which is what I'm looking at right now, you'll notice on the far hand right hand side, you'll notice there's a ship called the Aegir.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
So if I save
So you
them
can
up, I probably get uh, like a free premium ship in a way.
pretty much. Now, um, it's gonna take a long time to grind up a million free experience points to purchase these ships and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
but I
I'm not in
mean,
any rush.
if you're you know if you've played as long as I have, kind of a thing, then you know, hey, you have the potential of getting a free, well, you know, potentially a free premium ship doing it that way. So, you know, it all depends on how often you play World of Warships. You know, if you played like, you know, off stream and stuff like that, if you're like grinding out your ships a lot, then um, you know, you're gonna be getting yourself um you know, a lot of free experience points as well as other benefits as well. So, but obviously, you know, if you just play it, you know, once a week like I do, then obviously you're not gonna get as much.
Yeah, no, it'll
So,
depend on how much free time I have.
yeah, yeah.
Like today I was planning on grinding all of these tier 1 earlier, but I had to do a little bit of construction work here in my house, so I didn't have time for anything.
No worries on that. Okay, so shall we get started?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to head down to the division tab down at the very bottom. It's right next to the clan. So right next to it. If you click on that, there you go. There, you're basically readying up. So once we're both ready, then I can actually hit the battle, and we'll get pulled into a co-op battle.
Yeah,
So
quite different from tanks. In tanks, with one just heading battle, like all three could see battle, but the other once one hits it, the other will get replaced by ready up on where the battle option is. That's how it was on tanks, so you didn't have to go all the way down there.
you should, I believe you could do the like the ready up. Um,
I don't know. It was like grayed out on my end, so
yeah.
yeah. Right now, I'm looking forward to trying out the other ships and see which one I favor the most. Like, for instance, in World of Tanks, I would favor the British heavies. Like,
Okay.
good range, good penetration, decent armor. Fare quite well with it.
Action stations.
But here I'll have to see what I'll do better with.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, seeing that the only ships that are available at tier 1 is basically the
Yeah, tier 1 and 2
cruiser.
are all cruisers.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to like really get into like the you know the different ships, the destroyers, the
Just yet.
battleships, or the aircraft carriers until you get to higher tiers. But I mean, if you grind one particular line up all the way, then you know you can get to it fairly quickly. So
Yeah, probably like pick one, grind that one all the way, then go move on to the next one. I just need to decide like what line I'll take through what branch, what type of ships. But like I said, I would first need to what's the word I'm looking for? Figure out how what my limit is right now. I have no idea how many ships I can have right now. On World of Tanks, I would actually be able to see my garage, like empty slots and ones I had to buy. But here I cannot see that.
it should give you the it should show you where your you know how many slots you have left. You know, down at the very bottom of the screen. We can kind of see that when we get back there. So.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
Thankfully, you don't have to worry about torpedoes in tier 1.
Yeah.
Once you start getting into tier 2s, then you start facing off against destroyers.
Yeah.
Our team has taken the lead.
I really need to get the hang of the movement of this.
Our victory is in sight.
Been running into the ground, aren't you?
Yeah, I actually cannot see it. I cannot see the bottom of it. I thought it was a little further away.
There's normally like a little indicator saying, hey, you're gonna run aground. So if you see that,
Yeah, no, but I'm
then
looking at my ship right now, and it's not directly touching it.
yeah, I mean you're still gonna have like the island and whatnot that's still gonna be kind of um you know I mean there's still like I guess you might say like the beach that you still need to kind of consider.
Mm.
So
Okay, now I can see where it
okay,
is. You can see where it says my limits.
my
The
audio
worst thing is
is a
more
little
visual, and it's
cute.
not like hidden right here. If I move my mouse away from it, it'll eventually disappear. I have to hover like right over it. We got room for 4 more. So a total of 14 ships at once. Okay. So I just have to decide which nation is take where.
Yeah, I mean you can, you know, if um as you advance, then um, you know, you have the potential of getting, additional slots for, in some cases for free if you want to. Obviously, the best way of expanding out uh, your space is by getting the balloons. And while, yeah, I wouldn't. Well, I mean, it's expensive to purchase doubloons, obviously. But if you want to, there is also the dailies that you get, when you log in.
Let's get rid of this
Don't
tier 1.
know if there's like a way for you to kind of see that through the main screen here, but whenever you log in, they give you some like extra, um, like today I got a free container,
Oh.
you know, um, the next day I'm gonna be getting like credits or something like that. So if you're like playing every single day, or if you log in, every single day, then you have the potential of getting some more rewards out of it. And one of the rewards at the very end of the month is some free doubloons. Now it's not a lot, but it's, if you get like, you get like 25 doubloons every month kind of thing, then you'll have the potential of getting you know, of purchasing some more slots.
Hmm.
That, that's up to you, you know, obviously. Now, um, through, you know, through containers that I've gotten, and through just, you know, sometimes just donation, well, not necessarily donations. Um, you know, sometimes, uh, let me go ahead and start up the next battle here.
Hmm.
Um, Sometimes Wargaming will basically say, hey, um, you know, sorry for our servers being down. Here's some doubloons or something like that. Sometimes they do that. Not often, but sometimes.
Yeah, I think World
So,
of Tanks did that once, but instead of giving us like gold, they gave us a free premium tank.
yeah, you're probably not going to be seeing that. Yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten like a free ship. Now, you get like free premium ships for like tryouts. Like they'll
Action
say,
stations.
"Hey, you did really well with this particular ship. Here's another one for you to try out if you want. You know, here's a premium ship for you to try."
Yeah, I think
And
they
it's like,
brought that from
"Oh,
tanks. They tested it first there before bringing it to other games
yeah,
to see what people thought. It actually
yeah,
worked out well. They got like some people buying premium tanks.
yeah." Same kind of process here and World of Warships. You know, they basically say, "Hey, you did really well with this battleship. Here's a you know, a rental battleship that we're giving you for 3 days so you can try out, you know, maybe even purchase from, you know, from us later, you know, kind of thing. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, obviously. Um, but, you know, World of Warships can be pretty expensive too, so,
Yeah.
uh, you know,
So I
not
can't
just,
remember right now from tanks, but if the premium like had like a boosting credits or not. I can't remember right now. I know premium
well,
accounts has a boost, but I can't remember
there,
how the
there,
tanks were back then.
there are, flags and stuff like that that can use to boost up your credits and the like, so, uh, now I'm pretty much going headlong into the battle here, but I mean these are AIs.
Yeah,
Their
their
aim
aim's
is
pretty bad.
terrible.
Yeah. I'm right
So,
behind you right now.
you know, I would not necessarily recommend doing that, you know.
You're
I
against
mean
players, they
unless
will
you
just
want to.
destroy you.
Yep, pretty much.
That was the same with tanks. If you rush, you were the first to die.
Pretty much. Now, seeing that we're playing against oops. Now, seeing that we're playing up against cruisers and the like, would suggest that you kind of aim uh, towards the main hull. So, you know, their armor is thin enough so that when you shoot towards their main hull, you're still gonna do a fair amount of damage to them. You know, with the
We
eight with
destroyed an
the
enemy
HE
cruiser.
rounds,
Our team has
you're
taken the
still
lead.
doing a decent amount of damage. You know, for cruiser versus cruiser. Not always, but you know, there are some warships that are pretty
Our victory
thick-skinned.
is in sight.
So,
Yeah, I looked at a video from like their official channel that described a little bit about each ship.
yeah.
Yeah, I could easily compare each one with that tank counterpart of it. So I kind of get the idea. I just need to get
Access level
used to
7
the movement
unlocked.
of the ships. And the fact that there's hardly any cover.
Yeah,
To unlock the next access level, play 2
yeah.
battles.
For World of Warships, it's a matter of like angles kind of thing. Angles are your friend
Hmm.
when it comes to World of Warships.
Yeah, on tanks
Um,
it's like even more so because you have the hills, you have debris.
right. I mean, you could still use the islands to your advantage. Like for example, for aircraft carriers, it's a good thing to be behind an island, for example. Uh, for battleships, it's okay to be behind an island, but more often than not, sometimes those islands are pretty high up, so it's a little harder to shoot.
Yeah,
Uh,
you can't take full advantage of the arc of the shell.
right. Uh, and um, for destroyers, islands are good for you to hide. You know, they add a little bit of the ability to kind of hide, to basically hide yourself in the island kind of thing. It kind of drowns out your engine noise if you're close to an island, for example. So other ships can't you really detect you, you know, if you're on like the other side of the island, you're not necessarily going to be hearing the destroyer on the other side. You,
No.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we keep on getting put into the same spot. Normally they'd randomize the locations a little bit more.
Yeah. Yesterday when I was testing it, I would get that side often. Now I like get the middle like every single time.
General quarters.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, so normally for HE rounds you'd want to be aiming for like the fore and the aft of your ship kind of thing, the front part of the ship and the back part of the ship, in the hull. Or you want to aim for like the superstructure where the officers are and the like. But seeing that we're just playing cruisers right at this moment in time, HE rounds can still enter the hull pretty easily. Now, if you're going up against, say, like St. Louis, which is another cruiser, Tier 3, and you're trying to fire HE rounds into it, it might be a little harder because the St. Louis has pretty thick armor overall. So in some ways, I kind of wish that I could have AP and armor piercing rounds because that's like ideal when you want to go cruiser versus cruiser. Right. Not
Maybe.
sure why that guy wanted to ram, but
Maybe he wasn't paying attention to me surroundings.
maybe.
Our team has
Now
taken the
remember,
lead.
you do have a reverse on the ships. Obviously, it's slower, so I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it also takes
necessarily.
forever to start as well.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you could just go. You can kind of throw yourself into an island to do a sudden stop,
Yeah.
uh, so you can kind of move in the next direction later. So. Now the AIs are automatically going to be going towards the base, but I wouldn't suggest that you do that right at the moment because it's better for you
No,
to
I'm
kind
just
of
going
get an
around an
idea as
island
to,
right now.
you know, shooting a little bit more
Our victory is
than
in sight.
like base capture. You know.
And I was just going around the island since it was faster. Oh, sorry, compared to the edge.
Yeah. There it goes. Now, do you have any questions at all, or you still kind of good on that? Good so
So
far?
far, I'm still pretty good.
Let me know when you are ready to like move on. If like you've kind of done everything that you wanted to do with tier ones, and you're you know, I could
Yeah,
see that you have some tier two ships already, but
right.
obviously,
Almost
you know,
one of each nation. Now we just need to get rid of like finish up with whatever this. I think this is Europe, and I don't know what's this. I don't know what nation this was.
you have Europe,
Italy,
Netherlands,
I
and
think.
Commonwealth.
The Netherlands.
Netherlands. Okay.
Yeah, those are the only tier ones I have left. Let me. I think I just have enough for this one. Well, with the free experience, I'll actually be able to get through this one right now. Just sacrificing how much? Just 11? Yeah. I can get that back. Then that just leaves the Netherlands one, and that will be it. I'll move on. We can move on with random battles with the tier 2s.
You want to do random battles with tier twos?
After I'm done with last one, Netherlands. As I think one battle will be enough to get rid of it.
Okay. That's fine.
You know, I have plenty of bad experiences with tier 1 tanks.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
But this is, at least that I can remember, on tanks there was no PvE. I don't know now, but back then that was non-existent. You had to do PvP.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know if they updated that. It's been a while since I last touched it. And the reason I stopped playing that game is because my graphics card died on me.
Understandable on that one. You can hit the start battle to kind of come into stream early.
Battle starts.
If you didn't already know. I take it that you were just kind of trying to like maybe read the tips early so you can.
Sometimes, yeah, I read the tips.
Yeah.
To get the hang of some things.
Yeah, understandable on that one. Now before we get into the random, I want to kind of talk with you a little bit about you know, some techniques here. First off, one thing that I wanted to address is the fact that, you know, now your avatar is covering up the map
Yeah, I should play more.
on World of Warships. Now, obviously, there isn't really good like spot down at the very bottom for.
I'll probably move myself over that map, like right on top of it.
Yeah. You know, it's good when you have like, you know, potential for like stream snipers and the like, but you know, you know, that way, you know, you're not like giving out positions like, you know, where the you know, where our destroyers or subs are, you know, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much. Because it's going to be very difficult for like, you know, the idea that, you know, you're going to face off against someone that's currently watching you at the same time that's also your opponent is going to be kind of small.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so far I've never had to control a stream sniper. I mean, I've played Valorant, another competitive team-based game, and that was just fine.
yeah. Come on. All right. There you go.
Our team has taken the lead. Our victory is in
One
sight.
of the things about AIs is that they will steamroll into our camp circle.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's just a matter of like, hey, you want to just kind of wait for them to arrive because here they come.
Don't fire at your allies.
Oh, there it goes. You know, ideally, if you really want to get, you know, the most amount of damage in, you know, against the clan battles, you know, if you go on base, you know, base versus base, which is typically like
Access
the
level
main
8 unlocked. Earn
style
containers
of
with
battle map
valuable
that you're gonna
in-game
be
items.
doing on tier 1 battles.
To unlock the next
You know,
access
they're gonna
level, play
head
2
straight
battles.
for your base
Yeah.
and try to capture it. So if you're like in the home base, you're gonna have plenty of targets.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, I have 14 containers to open. God damn.
oh God,
Okay, open wall. Must have been from the code I activated this morning.
it's possible.
There we go. Okay, some. Oh! Some free premium currency.
You got some doubloons there.
Yep,
Nice.
1000 right there.
Probably from the like the code that you put in.
Probably, yeah.
So, what I normally use those doubloons for is expanding um, ship slots. You know.
Yeah, I'll probably do that the
So,
most to have like to be able to have at least one of each type from each nation.
yeah.
Right now
Um,
I'm good, so
yeah.
I'll save them up for now until I actually need them.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, to kind of start out right at the, because like for example, I have 42 ships and one vacant slot right at this moment in time.
Mm.
And I mean, if you consider all the possibilities, let's see, Japan has, um, the single battleship line. So cruiser, two destroyers, and carriers. So you have, 5 potential ships there. Uh,
In Japan, yeah,
United
pretty
States.
much all the way to okay, USSR also has 5. UK,
United
I think
States has United States has more than 5,
more.
especially if you consider the
No, the subs.
subs. So
Yeah,
you
but
have
those are
two
still
battle.
early access. They're still like being tested, technically speaking.
Yeah, you still you have two battleship two potential battleships.
Yeah, I
So
think
you
the
have
the
two
smaller
there.
branches are pretty much Italy, Pan-Asia,
Yeah,
Europe, and Netherlands are the smallest one. In the Commonwealth, there's only one ship, which is also a premium ship. They're probably still testing this one. I don't know. I don't know what this is supposed to be near in the future.
13, 18.
Okay. Let's see.
That's 25. 31. 35. 38. 40. 41. 42. And then the Commonwealth is just a premium ship anyway. So you basically need at minimum 42 port slots if you want to have,
one of each.
one of each style ship at this moment in time. They're going to be bringing out more lines, you know, like for example, I discovered, I was stupid and I didn't realize that the French had aircraft carriers, for example, back in World War II.
Hmm.
I was stupid. I didn't know. Um, so, but in World of Warships, they haven't done that yet.
They're probably
So,
balancing it, probably.
well, I mean, they might not have actually, uh, considered looking into that just yet. I
Or
mean, they're
they don't
still,
have permission yet. Take into consideration these are based off the real thing. They probably need to get permission to get the information first so they can make it as best as possible.
most of that information is already like out there,
Yeah, but probably not all of it.
so, and probably not all of it. Who's to say? But I mean, it's World War II, so I mean, what secrets are you going to be hiding
Yeah.
from World War II? So, um, most of that's been like declassified anyway. So, for
Or
the most
sold
part,
to a weaker nation.
yeah. But I mean, like I said, you're talking
Well, take
very
like take Argentina for example. We pretty much still have everything World War II, pretty much. We don't have anything modern.
understandable on that one. Understandable, you know. You know, obviously, you know, the um, you know, if the nation is able to maintain, you know, the army, navy, and stuff like that, then obviously, you know, that takes quite a bit of cash to handle that, you know. So, you know, I mean, hell, you know, just here in the States, the fact that they pump so much money into the military,
Like most of it goes into military.
it's almost ridiculous how
Yeah.
much goes into it. So, but at the same time, you have to consider the fact that, you know, there's you know, U.S. military bases, you know, spanning the entire globe, you know, more often than not in nations that are allies, um, or have become allies since World War II.
Mm.
Um, so I mean that obviously has to, you know, that cost goes up as well. So, um, but yeah. So okay.
Well, at least they're spending on something they're actually using it.
Hmm, true. Okay, so, uh, you know, are you done with your tier ones? Did you need to,
Yeah, I
are you
already did
moving on to
all of
tier
my tier ones. I
twos?
have all the tier twos right now. Like most of them
Okay,
are
so,
cruisers and they're two destroyers. Now I'll start off with Japan right now.
and you want this to be a regular battle now, not the co-op?
Uh, you have more experience with these. You decide what's best for tier two right now.
Okay, well, with tier two, you're more than likely going to be facing off against your players. Okay, no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay, there might be some people like myself at the lower tiers. Maybe they're, you know, they're getting a new ship, or maybe they are, um, you know, helping out someone brand new. So they're obviously going to have a little bit of a higher advantage. Okay. Um, they're going to have that experience level to them. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so, um, I just want to know, you know, what is your comfort level? Because I mean, are you comfortable on moving into, um,
I'll have to try it
you
sooner
know,
or later, I guess.
mm-hmm, yeah. So,
Okay. And if as I
um,
can see, like next level, like two battles, and I'll supposedly get commanders or something like that.
ship commanders. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, we could do co-op battles until you get that, and then we can kind of, yeah, I can try to explain ship commanders a little bit more if
Sure.
you
Why
want.
not?
Okay, let's do that then. We'll stick with the co-op battles. This is kind of give you a little bit of a appreciation of trying to combat against destroyers too.
Hmm.
So, destroyers are, you know, you know, um, as I've kind of mentioned before, they are the ninjas. Okay, they like to kind of they like to hide behind islands, pop on out, drop torpedoes, and do a ton of damage to you that way.
Hmm.
So, what you want to be careful of is rushing headlong into destroyer because they will put torpedoes into you, and you're going to
Especially
be
if I'm
hitting them,
sideways.
especially if you're sideways. Um, now, in this particular case, I would say let's head on down to the our base because the enemy is going
General
to be heading
quarters.
in our general direction anyway. They're
Yeah.
going to be heading towards their base. So we can just go
Let's
ahead
give them a hard
and
time.
you know, guard it and you know, and destroy any enemies that are going to be coming towards us.
Let's give them a hard time.
Now, what I would suggest is we're probably going to be facing off against like destroyers first because they're the quickest. So try to shoot HE rounds into those ships. Okay, but once you start getting more more in combat with the cruisers, switch over to AP rounds to do more damage there. Okay. Now,
Enemy destroyer detected.
now one thing that you'll want to kind of get used to. Oh my gosh, I'm missing a whole lot, a whole lot here. On the map, there's kind of like a circle over that's kind of following you. That's kind of showing like your shot rank.
Torpedoes
Okay.
to port.
So,
Torpedoes to port.
oh boy, yeah, a couple.
You had to come to full stop because they're really close.
Yeah. I mean, don't go full stop because the torpedoes are going to be aiming for you. Okay.
And now it's starting to accelerate, but if I didn't go full stop, at least 3 of those were gonna hit me.
Our team has taken the lead.
Yeah, obviously, you know, try to maneuver. Okay. Torpedoes are slow-ish in the water. Okay. So if you change your speed, you change your
Torpedoes to port.
direction, the torpedoes are gonna have a hard time hitting you. Okay. So just kind of bear that in mind.
Torpedoes dead ahead. Torpedoes dead ahead.
Okay. Done with
victory is in
all
sight.
the destroyers. Now we just have cruisers left that we're going up against. So I suggest that we
Yeah, I'm
switch
already
to
switching
AP
to
rounds.
armor piercing right now.
Yeah. Now with
Our
AP
victory is
rounds,
in
you want to
sight.
try to hit. You want to try to aim for center mass. You know, try to aim for the center of the ship because that will do the most amount of damage. If you hit like at the front of the ship or in the rear of the ship, you're not going to be doing as much because those armor piercings will go straight through the light armor.
Our victory is in sight.
Or you can ram into the enemy. Up to you.
No, he's actually coming towards me. I'm turning. I was trying to try and get on his side.
No, understandable. Understandable. Okay, so let's do one more co-op battle, and then I want to kind of discuss a few things with you, because obviously, you know, we're going to be getting, you're going to be getting like a lot of information kind of dumped on you a little bit.
Okay.
Or at least I need to kind of convey a little bit of information to you a bit. So If you could maybe research a destroyer, that'd probably be good too.
Okay, I have 2 tier 2 destroyers.
What's that?
I already have 2 tier 2 destroyers. I mean, like
Okay.
Croatia
That
and one other, they go straight to that. They don't have tier 2 cruisers.
okay. Um, After this, instead of going into random battle, let's go into a practice match because I want to kind of discuss a little bit in terms of like torpedoes and captains and so on and so forth, okay?
Yeah.
Gonna headlong into the enemy.
I'll go right behind you.
Now, I will, just to warn you, don't go too close to an ally because, one,
Friendly
they
fire.
could shoot you. Friendly fire. Now, um, it, you know, uh, it's not like instantaneous damage. Like, they're not gonna get hurt by you shooting them. Okay. Um, they've actually had some people kind of complain about the fact that um they had like allies basically you know killing friendlies because you know
They
you
ran
have
away.
idiots like that.
Yeah, that's coming all the way from tanks. Tanks, it
Yeah.
was like really bad.
Oh man, I'm missing all my shots. Oh my gosh, I'm not hitting anything. Alright, well there's a cruiser coming up. Switch over to AP rounds. Everybody else is heading towards the towards our base, so you might want to start angling there.
Yeah, I'm starting to turn.
There's a citadel.
The ship is on fire.
Yep.
Our team has taken the lead.
What I'm not seeing is a limit of shots.
What's that?
What I'm seeing is like there's no ammunition.
Nope. You don't have to worry about ammunition on this.
On tanks, you did have to worry about that.
Yeah. They basically consider, the ships have so much in the armory that it's like,
Why bother?
yeah, pretty much. So, obviously not exactly realistic per se, but
Our victory is in sight.
you have that sure coming up here. Gotta be careful of him because he has the potential of throwing some torpedoes into me.
Our victory is in sight. Torpedoes to port.
There he goes.
They're really hard to aim at.
Destroyers? Oh yeah. They're small, they're nimble, and they have a high amount of speed.
Access
So
level 9 unlocked.
they
Train
can
your
be
commanders
really
to
difficult
enhance the
to
characteristics
hit
of your ships and unlock new abilities in battle. To unlock the next access level, play 2 battles.
Okay, so now you have commanders and commander skills to worry about.
Yeah.
So every single one of your ships now has a commander to them. Okay. Or at least it should have a commander. They should automatically have given you a commander
Yeah.
to deal with.
They all have.
Okay. Now, I don't know if they give you. I don't think they give you an experience point automatically for every single one of those commanders. But if you select them, you'll be able to see their skills. So if you hover over one of them and click on them, you'll be able to go into the commander skills. Okay. Now, let me see. Your economic bonus available is kind of blocking. If you have, I can't see if you have undistributed skill points.
I don't have any skill points right now.
Okay, that's understandable. Now, so because I mean these are brand new captains. Okay.
Yeah.
So once they start gaining up in levels, then you can start putting the points towards the skills that you have on those particular ships. Now, so you're still dealing with cruisers and now destroyers for the most part.
Yeah, I'm like nearly all cruisers except for 2.
Yeah.
For Japan
Now-
and Europe. Those are
now-
destroyers.
You now some of these captains don't really have any well, I mean you have basically like default commanders right now, right?
Yeah.
And they're given like you have them assigned to these particular ships, right? The cruisers, the destroyers. So what I normally like to do myself is for the captains that you have, uh, whether they're cruiser or they're destroyer, you want to keep them on. You want to keep those captains, and you want to keep them on that particular category of ship. So, for example, when you have a cruiser captain, for example.
Yeah.
You start building up their level, and you're putting points into their cruiser skills. So it would be it wouldn't necessarily be in your best interest to suddenly switch them over to say destroyer captain later. I believe they still maintain. I think they still kind of keep the level, but they I'm not quite sure what they do with the points. I think they either give them back to you so that you have to kind of redistribute, or the skills that you selected are gonna stay there. So like some skills might not be well suited for cruisers versus destroyers, for example, right?
Yeah.
So I would tend to recommend, when you upgrade your tier 2 cruiser to a tier 3, you want to take your tier 2 captain and put them in your tier 3 ship so that you can continue raising up your captain's level for that particular ship, right?
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
They're gaining levels overall, so you're gonna have a higher captain as you kind of proceed down the line. Otherwise, you're gonna have to repurchase brand new captains for every ship that you make, and they're gonna start at base level. They're not gonna start out at that particular tier level or anything along those lines. So,
Yeah.
like if you get to like a tier 10 ship, you buy or you purchase a brand new commander, they're gonna start out at like level 0.
Yeah.
Okay, so um, so that's what I've been doing. You don't have to follow that if you don't want to. I'm just saying, that's how I do it. So um, obviously there's a little bit of a um, like a downtime there. There's the retraining of the commander, which there's ways of speeding that up. You can spend um, I don't know if it's credits or doubloons,
I
if
think
not
it should be
both.
credits, because in World of Tanks, retraining was credits. You
Yeah,
could use the
you can.
blues like the golden tanks, but credits was the most common thing to use.
Yeah. You can do it for free, which means you don't have to spend anything, but it takes a little bit of time for them to kind of get used to the ship, so they
Hmm.
don't have like the skills, you know, there just yet. They have to kind of get used to the ship. Once they learn the new ship, then they get those skills back, right?
Yeah.
Um, if you spend credits, I believe that wait period um, is like halved, I think,
Hmm.
or the training is like halved if you spend credits, if I remember correctly. And if you spend doubloons, there's no wait. Your first battle that you're in, you you're already getting additional experience for your captains. Okay,
Yeah.
so kind of bear that in mind when when you get when you start expanding on your ships even more. Okay, so um, and we can now if you go back to your commander skills, there you'll notice that there are some skills that are highlighted in yellow.
Yeah.
Those are the World of Warships recommended.
Hmm.
Like you can spend points on the other skills, that are there, and some of the skills, can be fairly nice, you know, depending on, the ship that you're using, such as like, main battery traversal speed, for example. That could be fairly useful for in certain cases, right?
Yeah.
But more often than not, they basically say, hey, it'd probably be in your best interest to go with these, yellow recommendations. You don't have to, but that's what they recommend. So, um, and obviously, destroyer captains and cruiser captains are going to have different recommendations. So, okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to kind of point that out to you before we move on. Now, I want to bring you into a training battle. Um, if I can. Here, go ahead and select a destroyer real quick.
Yeah, I'm selected one already.
Ready up? Okay. Uh, let's see. Cannot carry the training room while you're in a division. Oh, okay. Well, then that explains that. Let me go ahead and dissolve this division real quick.
Okay.
Or go ahead and leave the division. So select the division, hit the X, and that will allow for you to leave the division. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and select the training battle. I'm going to go ahead and create a private battle just for us. Training room private. Let's see. I'm gonna do 2x2. Just uh, 30 minutes. Just move that. Let me select a. Let's see. Here's a good one. Okay, let me see. See if I can actually add you into. There we go. So you should have access to joining that training.
There we go.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and select some bots for us uh, to kind of just mess around with for the most part, but you know, I'm I'm not gonna have them kind of firing at you uh, for the most part. I'm just gonna have them kind of running around, okay? Uh,
Mainly for target practice.
yeah, but what I want to do is um, you know, just I want to kind of there's some details that you kind of need to know about like the map and stuff like that.
Mm.
You know, how to use the destroyer and the like. Okay. Um, Now they're gonna be like rushing us to try to capture our base or something like that. So we're gonna need to kill them off at some point.
Yeah.
But um, I'm hoping that you'll be able to see the yeah, okay. So uh over on the right hand side of the screen, right above the map, there's these little gears. What you want to start the battle. Hold down control so you have your mouse being visible that you can use, and move over to that little cog on the right hand side, and that should open up mini map settings, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead and click on that
Battle
to be able
starts.
to open up the possibility of modifying that.
Mm.
Okay. Now, so on there, it's showing minimap settings. You know, first off is detectability range by sea. That's you know, um, if you're out in sea, you know, can you know where can they, you know, can the ships spot you? You know, what's the distance on that, right? So
Yeah.
they have to be that close to you on the mini map to see you, okay, to spot you. So for you being a destroyer, you want to make sure that you try to stay. You want to keep ships out of that detection range for the most part. Okay.
Yeah.
There's detectability range by air. So if there's planes flying nearby, they're going to be able to spot you if they see that, you know, detectability range by air. So that could be useful for you, especially in the destroyer. There uh, there's one for AA guns maximum fire range, but you don't have that, so you don't need to necessarily worry about it.
Hmm.
There's the main battery firing range, which you already have that selected, so that basically shows how far out can you shoot your main batteries, right? Your main guns. So that's a good thing to have selected. And you also have torpedo range on yours. That's how far out your torpedoes can reach. Um, so that when you fire off your torpedoes, that's the furthest out that they can go. If the ship is outside of that area and your torpedoes, you know, uh, if you fire off your torpedoes and they're outside, the torpedoes run out of gas and they stop. So they're no longer deadly. They just basically fall to the bottom of the ocean and well, you're out of luck.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, there's some other details on the right hand side if you want to, draw attention to the area in the square, draw attention to the object. That's helpful information if you're kind of curious as to how to go about doing that, which just basically says, hey, if you click on a square, it basically says, hey, there's an enemy right there, that kind of thing. For example, that shows up on a map. Call attention to objects, same kind of deal on that. Range numerical values, it's helpful. You have ship names that you can select, and that will show you, the names of the ships that are, relatively close by for the most part. So you can kind of play around with that if you want. You can rotate the minimap. You can get your, you can change the opacity, background, and so on and so forth. You can change those settings to however you want to, make it look for you, so on and so forth, right?
Hmm.
So, adjust that to how you want, and now we're gonna go ahead and start working on, showing you how to fire off your torpedoes. So go ahead and start moving your ship. Don't worry, I'm in the base, so they can't actually capture it. Now they could try to run into me, and I'll try to avoid that. But so here's the thing with your destroyer, you have the Pan Asian destroyer right at the moment.
Yeah.
Those torpedoes are deep ocean. So if you can see on your if you hover over your 3 there, you can see that your torpedoes are like kind of greenish or
Yeah.
so. Those indicate the fact that your torpedoes are deep ocean, meaning that anything that can ride in the shallows, such as destroyers, those torpedoes can't hit them. Okay, so you can't fire your torpedoes at, say, the Samson over here, okay, and hit them with your torpedoes. So if you want to, you can shoot at the Samson with your guns, with your main batteries, and that will, that will harm the Samson. Be careful though, because when you fire off your guns, you're making your presence known. Okay, so that detectability range disappears. You are now, you're basically saying, hey, I'm over here, find me, kind of thing. So, either use your guns when you're like behind an island and they can't see you anyway, or use them when your cover's already been blown. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, you can run into me all you want. We're, you're, if there is the possibility of you potentially getting like, I mean, if you continuously like rammed into someone, eventually I think they'll give you the fact that you're like harming another player, and it will start damaging you and put you in the pink. Whenever you see someone that's pink colored, that means that they've damaged another player. And when you damage another player, the damage reverts back to you, not to the not to whom you're damaging. So you could fire off torpedoes at me if you want to, but you're just going to be hurting yourself along those lines. Okay?
Yeah.
Same with guns. Now, your torpedoes are good against cruisers, battleships, and aircraft carriers because those are pretty much deep sea. So you can go rushing off against that Dresden and throw off torpedoes against it if you wanted to,
Hmm.
because their hull is deeper in the ocean, so your torpedoes are capable of hitting it. Okay,
Yeah.
so um, select your 3 ability, and it should give you like a little cone for you to kind of see. Now, if you're there's you see the like aiming reticle basically saying, hey, this particular ship is someone that you're aiming at, right?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
That's who you're currently targeting. And for your torpedoes, that cone, there's going to be two separate cones for that you're going to be seeing on your torpedoes. One is the green cone that you're just kind of moving around to swing your torpedoes however you want to within the the field range that you have. Um, and then there's like a little white cone that basically shows, hey, this particular ship is like, is potentially going to be like right here by the time your torpedoes reach that destination. So if you hover your green cone exactly over the white cone, fire off your torpedoes, if that ship stays on the same, you know, stays heading in the same direction at the same speed, um, and doesn't change that at all, then you have the potential of having your torpedoes hit them fairly easily. Um, but be careful with this because if they move, if they change their course, if they back up, move forward, however they change, wherever they're moving, that little white reticle obviously doesn't really apply very well.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to judge, like if you're hidden, like if you're not like um, if you're staying out of their vision and stuff like that, you can make these sneak attacks on them and potentially do a fair amount of damage if they stay in the same space, same direction, same speed, so on and so forth. So it makes it very easy for you to kind of stay in that little white reticle and hit them, right?
Yeah.
But if they're smart and they spot you, then they're gonna try to move in some fashion or another to try to avoid your torpedoes coming after you, right? So you're gonna want to try to judge, hey, is this guy like changing their direction? Is this guy changing, um, are they changing up their speed? Are they changing up, where they're heading? So on and so forth. And you have to kind of make that little judgment call, you know,
Hmm.
uh, where should your torpedoes go towards to potentially, make those strikes. Now, um, you know, so there are some destroyers that, have great torpedo range. Like, for example, your Pan-Asian, I believe, is what, 7 kilometers in torpedo range?
Actually, I think it's 8. Let me check
8
again.
kilometers? If you hold H,
Yeah,
it should show
8.4.
you, yeah. If you hold H, it shows you your specs for the ship. Okay? You know, ship modifiers, status for ship and consumables, you know, survivability, main battery, A guns, maneuverability, detectability, so on and so forth, right? So sometimes I use that for, you know, determining how far my torpedoes go. With 8 kilometers, that's a great range because you can kind of stay hidden well outside of that. You know, you can fire off your torpedoes, hit someone at 8 kilometers, and still be relatively hidden for the most part. But with your torpedoes being deep water, obviously you can't really aim at destroyers, right?
No.
So while your guns might, you know, your guns still work, um, be careful because, you know, like I said, you're if you as soon as you fire off your guns, you're basically saying, "Hey, here I am," you know, and they're gonna, you know, and everybody's gonna be aiming at you. Okay, you're gonna put a big old target on your head, you know, because destroyers are dangerous.
Mm.
So people will be pretty much aiming for, or at least they should be aiming for the destroyers right at the very start. Okay. So, you know, your detection range, you know, once you fire off your guns, um,
Yeah, it goes all the way
you
up
know,
to 7.
yeah. Okay. So be careful with that. Sometimes, obviously, you know, if you're squaring off against another destroyer, then obviously, you know, you're gonna need to fire off your guns, especially with your one destroyer there.
Mm.
Okay, but not all destroyers have these. You know, Pan Asians, I think, are the only destroyer line that has the deep water. There
I
might be like another set that has the deep water. For the most part, you know, the Pan Asian destroyers are deep water torpedoes. So all other destroyers, like the Samson here, they'll have regular torpedoes, which means their torpedoes can actually hit you. Okay? So just bear that in mind. If you get within torpedo range of that Samson, they're gonna shoot at you, you know, with their torpedoes, and they can hit you. So just bear that in mind. But torpedoes are slow, so you have the potential of dodging them, but it's not going to be that easy for you as well because, like, my ship is still fairly slow, not that maneuverable. If I'm like broadside to a ship, you know, such as yourself or to your Samson, it takes a while for me to turn to try to maybe avoid all those torpedoes coming after me. Okay, so it's easier in a destroyer because your maneuverability is higher. You can turn a little bit faster, you know. Not necessarily turn on a dime, but close enough. So, now you want to keep with your HEs for the most part against the destroyers, because again, AP rounds are going to go slicing through the hull of a destroyer and not really do a whole lot of damage. You can test that out right now if you want to. Switch over to your AP rounds and start firing on that destroyer and see. You know, it'll show you the fact that, you know, instead of normal penetration, it'll show like non-penetration or
over penetration.
over penetration. So that'll still do damage, but not much. Okay. So obviously you want to try to use more HE rounds to kind of go into destroyers if you can. Not every ship is going to have HE rounds. Um, Now, when it comes to cruisers, sometimes your guns, you know, uh, your guns might not be
Enemy destroyer foundered.
that strong to go into some cruisers. Like if you fire off AP rounds, it might not go into the main hull. Okay, like the main body hull might be too strong for your AP rounds. It might happen. I'm just saying sometimes, sometimes not. Sometimes it's still thin enough that your AP rounds can go through it, but some armors for some cruisers can be really thick. So your AP rounds might not go through a cruiser's armor very well. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to switch over to your HE rounds and fire towards the front of the ship or fire to the rear of the ship. Okay. Otherwise, you're not going to be getting a whole lot of penetration on cruisers. So.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
Obviously, we get nothing for that battle, but I wanted to kind of talk to you about all that before we go into a battle with um, uh,
With destroyers.
with destroyers, or when you're playing a destroyer yourself. I don't necessarily want you I want you to understand the basics of it uh, before you get completely lost, or you're like, oh my god, what's going on, kind of thing. you know so um, uh, battleships are very much similar to cruisers, so you don't necessarily need to worry too much when you get to the battleships. um, that's not gonna be too much of a change when it gets to the battleships. Aircraft carriers, though, we're probably going to want to do the exact same thing to kind of show you what aircraft carriers can do, because um, that's another like uh, user interface change up that you're going to have a hard time trying to get. It's going to be a hard learning curve for that, for the most part. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready to go? Uh, do you want a little bit more training on the destroyer, or do you want to go straight into a random battle?
And I guess it specifies do a battle to get the feel for it. Come on, man, it's not now. Don't headbutt me. Don't. Go back to your bed. Go back to the bed. Good girl.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and invite you into a division again. Here we go.
Yeah, sorry about that. The cat came by to headbutt me again.
Nice. Okay, so um, you know, select what ship you wanna mess around with. You know, do you want to try your hand at playing a destroyer, or do you want to continue playing with a cruiser?
I'm gonna practice with a cruiser for now.
Okay. Now, I'll warn you, when we start getting, now that we're in the tier 2s, we have the potential of being brought into, we, whenever you get into a battle, obviously, you have the potential of getting brought into 2 tiers higher than where you're at right now. So
Yeah, that was
um,
also the case in tanks. So I can know what to expect with that.
Yeah. For us in tier 2, we have the potential of getting brought into a tier 4 match.
Yeah.
Okay, just because we're tier 2. If we're in a tier 4 match, we're going to be facing off against aircraft carriers. And if you're in a destroyer, you want to try to avoid the airplanes, because once they detect you, then, well, you're
Bounce away.
spotted. They're gonna, they're basically gonna go, oh hey, there's a destroyer over here. Everybody should shoot at you. Obviously, if you're in a cruiser, that doesn't really matter all that much. So, but whenever you're ready, go ahead and select your ship, and we'll get started. Now, I could be a jerk, and I could put myself into tier 3, which has the potential of putting us into a tier 5 battle, but I'm not going to do that.
Either
There's
way,
a reason why.
if they are using the same system as tanks, they'll base it on the lowest tier, as long as it's not, as long
Nope,
as it's within the 2 tier higher limit.
nope, not for World of Warships.
Oh, that limit
It's
doesn't
it's
exist here.
it.
Now on
Nope.
tanks, to balance that out, because some people will like a tier 5 with a tier 2 companion. There was a
Well,
lot of complaints because of that. So they put the limit for like the platoons. They could not have more than a 2 tier difference, and
okay.
the
Well,
match would be
the
determined based on the lowest tier of the platoon.
yeah the 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 restriction is that if you're on a division, you can't select a ship that's 2 tiers higher than any of your other um, division mates. Okay, so it has to be within 1 tier.
Mm,
So if someone selects a tier 2, I can't pick a tier 4 ship.
mm,
Okay, it has to be either a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3. That's it. Okay.
I see.
Also, seeing that there's potentially 3 people in the division, there can't be a tier 1, a tier 2, and a tier 3, because once again, that tier 3 is counter to the tier 1 in the division. So, you can't have that either.
No.
So, that's the main thing in this. Okay, so it looks like we are in pretty much an AI battle. There are 2 other players on the other team. It is a tier 2 battle.
Yeah, on all tier 2
Now, seeing that we're both cruisers, I would suggest that we basically
base.
um, guard our base, because the AIs are just gonna rush it.
Yeah.
But so there's gonna be
General
two
orders.
regular players on the enemy team that you're probably gonna want to aim for a little bit. Now, there's a way of kind of telling who's an AI player and who's not. If you look at our AIs,
Yeah.
you'll notice that there's colons on the front and back of their names.
Mm,
Like, that destroyer that's like right in front of you, right to your left.
yeah.
There's the media, and right below the little ship description, there's the name Tianpei. There's a colon in front and a colon behind. Um, so that indicates that particular player is an AI player. Okay. So if you see other players with a colon in the front and the back, typically
Enemy battleship
you know,
detected.
that will show that, hey, this is an AI player. These guys are pretty easy. If they don't have that, like say that, who is it? Doug Juggler and Cool Awesome,
Enemy cruiser
then
detected.
you should probably be aiming at them and trying to do as much damage as you can, because our AI players aren't gonna do crap to them.
Yeah.
So
on the other side. Mikasa.
Oh, and
The Albania, I don't
one
know
of their
where it is.
one of their players is using a battleship, so they're gonna hit you really hard. You know, if they start shooting at you, so be careful.
Yeah.
You know, if you can
Basic.
get that battleship within range, I would say
That's
start
a player
shooting.
right there. I've already identified that one.
Yeah,
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
start firing HE rounds into them because
Enemy team has taken the lead.
you'll be able to you know, put the battleship on fire and be able to you know, do more damage overall. You know, AP rounds don't really work very well against battleships. Okay?
Yeah, they're almost too thick due to videos.
The enemy is about to win. Torpedoes, dead ahead.
And you want to keep on moving because remember, the enemy is going to be firing torpedoes at you, so. Okay?
The enemy is fire at your allies.
Oh, suspicious guy. Yeah, I just. Right in front of
Torpedoes to port. Torpedoes to port. Torpedoes to port.
You're putting yourself in you're putting yourself in the middle there, bud.
Yeah. I was trying to get away from the other one who just started right in front of me and I'm trying to focus fire on this guy.
Propellant engine damage. Torpedoes to port. The ship is on fire.
I mean, I know some of these guys are AIs,
Problem
but
solved,
you know,
sir.
Yeah.
there's still some
The enemy is about to win.
regular players there, and yeah.
Yeah. Don't know where the other one is. This guy was shooting was the player, but the other one I don't know where he was. I think he was also shooting from the other side.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the
According to the map, he's
battle.
waiting at the base. According to the map, last time he was seen. And it's pretty much just you right now.
Yeah, no. I just want to kind of try to get rid of this. Nope. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, no, they capped. We're like all
No,
in
no,
there.
it wasn't a capture. It was a point loss.
Mm.
So, it wasn't like a full base capture.
Mm.
So you'll notice there is, you know, at the very top there's the diamonds,
Yeah.
and you'll notice that, you know, there's a, like, you know, when a base starts getting captured, it'll start kind of going down, you know, it'll start kind of a little ring around it to kind of show the fact that it's being captured. Um, so the only time you'll actually get a base capture was when that ring gets full circle. In this particular case, I was kind of keeping an eye on that because um, I didn't necessarily want the game to really end
Hmm.
because I wanted us to still have like a fighting chance kind of thing on it. So um, uh, I was kind of keeping an eye on it. But the problem was that we kept on losing, you know, uh, the the loss of our AI companions
Hmm.
was too high compared to their losses, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had a and they had a player AI, or they had a player battleship.
Yeah.
That's like gold when it comes to having a ton of cruisers, and our battleship isn't a
Yeah.
player. Um, because battleships can pretty much ruin the day of cruisers. Okay, so bear that in mind. Okay, if you put yourself broadside to a battleship, you're gonna lose more than likely. Um, because one well placed shot by a battleship's AP rounds, and they're gonna trash your citadel. Okay, so um, a citadel is basically your armory. Okay, basically where all your shells are located at.
Yeah.
That's where your citadel is. So if they shoot your citadel, they're basically blowing up all your shells and, well, you. So
Yeah, that reminds me of when I kept on getting ammo rack when I first started World of Tanks.
yeah, same kind of deal on that. You know. So um, so that battleship guy was just basically destroying all of the cruisers on our team without any real loss or anything like that. Okay, so we're in a tier 3 battle this time around. We now have a pretty balanced matchup this time around because there's one battleship, there's 3 destroyers, and then there's 8 cruisers, but there's only 1, 2, 3 AIs per side.
Hmm.
So we have ourselves a little bit of a stronger match this time. So don't go
Battle
headlong
starts.
into the enemy because they will trash you.
Yeah.
Um, try to keep them at your main cannon range, but that's about it. You know. Now I'm gonna go down the B column or B row. If you notice on your map there,
Yeah.
there's A through J and 1 through 10. I'm gonna try to go down the B to try to maybe get a little bit of a option of shooting at people that are trying to go down center, mainly the AIs, but um, it will. They're probably gonna try to follow suit as well, so just bear that in mind. You may need to turn around and head back. You may retreat, and there's no harm in that. It really does help, keep you alive. So, feel free to retreat if you're feeling a little overwhelmed. Um, if you have like, 3 players ahead of you and it's just yourself, you're probably gonna want to retreat. So, okay.
Yeah.
So, um,
Affirmative.
okay. Looks like I got one ship in range here.
Requesting assistance.
Hey, I'm being detected. Oop. Missed my shots on that one. Careful, don't get too close.
No, I'm slowing down right now.
You're gonna be shooting into me here pretty soon.
Enemy battleship
I
detected.
got on fire. Okay, well, that's not great.
Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy destroyer detected. Enemy cruiser detected.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around because we're getting a little too far in. Okay, so I'm turning to the port or to your left. So
In the opposite direction.
I don't want to get too far out there and have no backup. See, there's the Chickamauga over there. So, and if I'm not mistaken, the Chickamauga can throw some torpedoes at us. So be careful with that. Hey there, Queen. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Queen is also on my chat, I think.
Yeah. So let's head on back and try to, drag these guys into, our friendly players here because, you know, if we can get them to try to chase after us.
You're about to reach the limit of the map.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to aim at that guy.
Reporting the target position.
So if we can destroy him, then we're gonna be saving our battleship a lot of hardship, okay?
Enemy destroyer sighted. Enemy battleship sighted.
Oh, missed him just barely.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
There he goes.
Let's give them a hard time. I owe you one.
I'm getting pelted quite a bit right at the moment, so I'm gonna be aiming for that guy right there.
Reporting the position of a strategic target. Enemy cruiser.
Now,
Torpedoes
He's
to
the one
port.
that's
In
in
order
range right now.
if you want to basically tell people, hey, go after this guy, if you hover over them, like if you do shift,
Yeah.
you're kind of zooming in on the ship. You can also hit F3 and that will basically say, hey, shoot at this guy.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
So that can be very handy because sometimes you're basically telling people, hey, I'm firing at this guy, let's all fire on him so that we can take him out quickly. Okay? Now that St. Louis is still coming after me, but that's fine. Okay. St. Louis is now in line of sight. The just kind of getting a little outside of my range a little bit there. I retreated a little too much. But it looks like our southern
The ship is on fire.
our southern front has lost the majority of our players, so I'm gonna head on down there to try to. So feel free to finish off that St. Louis and then start heading down south. What are you suggesting? Well, I mean, the suggestion I'm giving right at this moment in time is, well, I mean, either he could go after the enemy base, which, you know, you're welcome to do if you want to, but
Our team has taken the lead.
they're probably going to be guarding it quite a bit, or you can kind of come towards me and try to guard our base against them. So,
Yeah, I'm right behind you right now. Just trying to catch up since they lost mobility.
well, I'd
It'll be a
almost
while
say
to turn.
I'd almost say go down to their base, because these two guys right at this moment in time trying to tackle our base, they're gonna die.
Yeah, and there's only
There's
one or two guarding the base right now, and the destroyer's headed that way right now.
Yeah. Follow that battleship that you're kind of following behind,
Yeah.
and
Enemy cruiser sighted.
you know. Ooh. I'm probably gonna die here pretty soon.
Hmm.
But see if I can get some AP rounds into this guy before I die. Yep, there you go. Did a fair amount of damage on him, so he's gonna die here pretty soon. Let's see. Let me keep an eye on you.
Nice work.
And there's one like dead ahead of me, and there's another one behind the island.
Now, bear in mind those little white silhouettes. They're kind of showing the last position of where they were,
Yeah.
but they might have moved since then. So sometimes they might still be there. Other times, not so much. So aim for the Charleston if you have them in range and shoot at them. Get them out of the gameplay. Get rid of them.
That's kind of messed.
So you just have two cruisers to worry about.
They hit. Oh, there's another one dead ahead of me.
So CA or DD for Blackheart? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, Queen. I'm letting Blackheart kind of choose what ships he wants to work with. So, you know, every ship line has their positives and negatives to them. So, I'll try to help him out as best I
The
can.
ship is on
Ooh,
fire.
that Weymouth is pretty hefty to your left there.
Problem solved, sir.
He's hitting you broadside, so
Yeah, and the
I
other
would
one's
say-
also shooting me dead ahead.
yeah. They're kind of focusing fire, which is smart of them, because obviously,
And the weakest target right now.
yeah, and if they can get rid of you, then that gives more potential damage. But I mean, yeah, it was a good effort, my friend.
Yeah.
Now, oh, the K Albert. Oh my God, I didn't know this guy had the K Albert. Oh. K Albert is a premium ship,
Yeah.
and I tried going tier to tier against it before. I actually put that video up on YouTube just recently, like within the past week or two. And I tried going broadside to broadside against the K Albert with my Kawachi, the Japanese battleship of the same tier.
Yeah.
Fired pretty much point blank range into the K Albert. I think out of the 12 shells fired, I believe 8 hit, but like 5 of them were ricochets and 3 of them were non-penetrations, so no damage whatsoever.
Damn, that thing has a sick armor.
Yeah, I fired point blank range AP rounds into its main hull, and it didn't do crap. He fired into me, and guess what? Lots of damage. I'm like, what? So I sent that video in to them, and then I was like, hey, what the hell? What's going on here? You know, I fired broadside into the guy and didn't do crap to him, you know, and he fired into me, and you know, he did all the damage in the world to me. What the what the hell? You know? Um, and they were like, you should look up, you know, armor penetration and, you know, ricochets and all this crap. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? You're really kidding me on this, right? It was so frustrating.
Mm.
What line are you suggesting? I mean, oh, sorry about that. Yeah, you know, at where his positioning was, he probably could have just like gone down like the 6th column and probably would have been perfectly fine. Which he's what he did. So you know, I was far enough back near my base that you know him trying to go all the way back to where my position wasn't in his best interest, because the 2 cruisers that were close to our base was already
Access level
dying
10
for the most
unlocked.
part.
Complete combat missions and
Now,
get valuable
if everybody
rewards.
on our nearby our base was like
To unlock the next access
instantaneously
level,
died or
play
something
2
like that,
battles.
then probably would have been probably would have been good for him to follow up. But you know, we were doing pretty well on that. So.
Okay, now I have combat missions now unlocked.
What line are you suggesting? I know. Oh, okay. In regards to ships, I want him to kind of get an idea as to what he wants to play. Now, Black, I'm gonna need to sign off here. Okay,
Yeah, sure.
I'm already kind of going over. Um, but I still got work in the morning, so I gotta get to sleep here pretty soon. Um, but um, seeing that Black, you're fairly new to the game overall. I mean, you're still unlocking all the
All the
like the
basics.
combat missions and so on and so forth. So um, there's so if you look at the tech tree here, I'm gonna leave the division here.
Mhm.
Feel free to leave it as well. Um, yeah, please, Queen, if you have, if you're well knowledgeable about World of Warships, feel free to help out Black if he continues to play. Um, but concerning the tech tree, um, you know, you have battleships, you have cruisers, you have destroyers, you have subs, and you have aircraft carriers. Now, you haven't gotten into battleships, you haven't gotten into aircraft carriers, and you definitely haven't gotten into um, your uh, you haven't gotten into subs.
No.
Subs are still being tested out, so most likely they will eventually open that up to everybody. But for right now, they're just having that as like premium.
Yeah,
But
early access to be tested and get feedback to determine, okay, how do we balance this out?
yeah, pretty much. Um, there's still a lot of problems with subs. Um, they're pretty much a bane to battleships.
Hmm.
Um, because they they can put a lot of torpedo damage into a battleship, and there isn't that much a battleship can really do against a sub along those lines because they're too slow. So they're still trying to figure that part out for the most, you know. But
You'll have to
you
balance
know,
out
you
their damage output.
maybe, but at the same time, they're still torpedoes, so they're still doing a ton of damage anyway. So I mean, you know, on one hand, I would say, yeah, um,
Or the speed of the
the
torpedo, maybe, for should give the battleship a bit more time to get out of the way.
well, here's what I find very interesting is the fact that they they made sub torpedoes magnetic, which um, I'm not so sure how magnetic they were back in World War II, you know. And it's definitely not ping based.
No.
Um, so I'd if I were them, I would definitely kind of remove that um magnetic ability,
Yeah, because
make them
I
very
think in World War II they
very
had to be like really close for that magnetism to take effect. Then
yeah, yeah, but it's not like based off of like a sub's ping. Like,
no,
hey, I'm gonna ping the battleship. Oh, okay, the magnetism kicks in. It's like, no,
no,
no, sorry, that's not
that
that's
technology
very
didn't
advanced.
exist then.
That's very advanced for World War II.
Yeah.
Um, Now I can understand, hey, magnetic torpedoes getting close to a magnetic ship.
Mm,
Sure, okay, maybe it tries to divert it a little bit, like last second or something like that. I can kind of understand that a little bit more. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I
they
would
need a
almost
lot of
say,
balancing.
yeah. So, um, but you've only played cruisers and destroyers. Um, Now personally, I love battleships, but I don't want to influence your preference either along those lines, okay? I'm really good when it comes to or at least I feel like I'm best with the main guns, okay? I'm able to kind of judge where the enemy ship is going to be based off of my main guns.
Mm.
Now you might be really comfortable with being a destroyer. Nothing, no problem with that. You know, if you're really comfortable with using a destroyer, use it. Use it to your full advantage. Make it. You know, play it often. Play a lot of it. Enjoy every little second of it if you can. You
Yeah.
know, learn all the tricks and trades of being a destroyer captain and make it your own. Maybe you like being aircraft. Maybe you like being a cruiser. No harm in that. There's plenty of cruisers out there available. Um, you know, every nation has some some strong points and some weak points to their ships. Okay. Um, like for example, the United States typically has really thick armor, especially for their battleships and some of their cruisers, but
Mm.
not all their cruisers. Like for example, um, the Omaha on the uh, on the tech tree, the Tier 5 United States cruiser has some of the thinnest armor ever, and um, if you get shot, if you're in an Omaha and you get shot by a battleship's AP rounds, well, they're gonna basically destroy the living shit out of you. You're gonna be basically saying, "Well, that was my life. Goodbye." So Um, so typically, it's not really a good idea to go into a broadside match against a battleship when you're in Omaha.
Mm.
You want to make sure that you angle yourself quite a lot when you go up against the enemy if you're in the Omaha.
Mm.
Um, for example, you know, St. Louis and Chester, they have fairly thick armor when it comes to being a cruiser. But that's, you know, then it gets like really thin and yeah, I don't know about like the other higher tiers, but I mean, if they're anything like the Omaha, don't assume that your armor is gonna protect you. So, um, uh, the Japanese tend to have like the best, uh, like destroyers, especially in torpedo range. Um, the um, they have long distance. They tend to have a lot of torpedo racks to them, so and they can hide pretty well. So overall, Japanese destroyers are pretty much regarded as some of the best, um, if I'm not mistaken. I don't follow too much on the forums, but I would imagine that's pretty much highly regarded. Um, the However, I think the U.S. destroyers are good gunboats, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm.
So if you're an American destroyer, you can put yourself into a fog, into an obscuring fog, and their guns can do a fair amount of damage fairly quickly, for the most part. So, but obviously, once that fog goes away, well, guess what? If you're still firing, you're showing off where you're at. So,
Yeah.
so, and obviously, you know, every every nation, every like style ship has certain positives and negatives to it. So, I mean, if you want to know more, obviously, check the World of Warships forums to kind of get more of an idea as to how people play a certain ship, certain style, so on and so forth. But once you get to the battleships and the aircraft carriers, then we'll cover those a little bit more. Okay.
Mm.
But I gotta get going. So if you are you still gonna be streaming, or
I'll probably
are you
do.
gonna head out yourself?
I'll probably do one or two more matches, and then I'm gonna call it.
Okay. Okay. I'll go ahead and send all my viewers over to you.
Okay.
So, but um, I'm gonna go ahead and close on out here. So let me go and do my normal ending spiel and give you a raid. Okay. So
Okay.
have fun.
Thanks. And thanks for the help.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
Stretch a bit. Okay. Now, what did I get myself into? Mostly bots, it's only two I'll have to worry about. I guess I could stick back and focus on the AI. Try and thin out the numbers.
General quarters.
Although my AI is also mainly going to rush the base, and then let's see, one other player with me. Voice low. Because of the position of my mic. Let me see. Stop real quick and let's see if anything happened here in OBS. Outside of properties. Okay, see if we can boost up the mic. Maybe now, maybe? The battle just began, so I'll check that in a minute. Let's see, okay, there's a destroyer coming this way. Switch over to HE. Huge delay. Yeah, there is a bit of a delay. I'm still working on fixing that. It was 2 seconds before, but now I don't know. I'm gonna have to mess with my bitrate again. Oh, it's high before, so I might as well go. I'm more worried about this destroyer right here. Let's see. Go around. Put some shells in there. Oh no, it's right behind me.
Torpedoes, direct front.
And I missed out all of them. Right, I missed them all!
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Okay, there.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Since they're ahead, but dead ahead of me, there's a goddamn island, so it's not gonna hit me. Two minutes? Oh, you gotta fix that somehow.
Torpedoes to port.
Yeah, I'm streaming at 2 platforms at once at well, so we're gonna have to mess
Torpedoes
with
to port.
restream configuration of it.
The enemy team has taken the lead. Torpedoes to port.
Okay, they're all like coming right here.
Torpedoes to port.
Are any torpedoes coming my way? No. I don't think I can mess with the bitrate while streaming. I have no idea.
The enemy is about to win.
I'm doing too much damage. I mean, I'm over penetrating, so I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna stick with HE. There we go. Now I'm doing damage. Okay, that's a little better. So we can turn the tide here a little bit. ramming right into it. At least he's not aiming at me. That's British.
Enemy
Who's that
cruiser
guy?
sunk.
Turn. Come on, turn. I don't want to lose this one. Okay, set him on fire. I set him on fire. Come on, burn. We'll turn it off right now. Maybe I should, for this guy, I should actually switch. Let's see, come on, reload. Yeah, okay. No, not that balanced and ricochet. Wait, that one actually did pretty decently. Yeah, it was at a bad angle, maybe. I don't know. I know that was a little better.
The enemy is about to win.
Yeah, I can tell we're getting wrecked. God damn it. Okay.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
Turn toward the island.
Torpedoes to port. Torpedoes to port.
They're not gonna hit. I don't think they will. And I'm gonna miss. No, not entirely. Man, these guys are hard to aim at.
Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes astern.
Maybe I should aim at that guy and not the destroyer. The destroyer's kind of hard to aim at. That'll be my best bet right now. Let's try and get behind the island. At least I don't want to die. At least let me live. Let me live. Oh wait, that one's slowing down. Maybe I can actually stick a shell on him. At least one. Come on, let me stick at least one. I actually killed him?
We've sunk an enemy destroyer.
I did not expect that. Ow.
Critical engine damage.
Yeah, they're like focusing on me right now. They're heavily focusing on me. Let me see after this battle, see if I can actually fix the delay. Oh, what the hell? Why did my bitrate skyrocket when I set it to only 7? Yeah, no. So there's a problem with my stream. Look at that in a minute. I'm not even going at full speed. Like, badly damaged. I'm broken. Well, somehow I'm still hitting him. Might as well turn around and try and help him. I don't see how.
You are the last hope.
No, never mind. Well, at least let's go down with dignity at least. I don't see anyone. And I don't think we're gonna hit. And there's about to rain fire on me. Oh, this is gonna hurt. not that good. Is the AI in that one a player or something? Let's check. My guns are not properly synchronized. They should actually hit that guy and hopefully reset the cap. That might buy me some time. Yep, that bought me time. Get rid of the fire.
Problem solved, sir.
Try AP shields this time. If I can stick him right in the middle. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, that was a little better. I should aim at the other one real soon. Buy myself more time. And that's not doing anything. Well, that was like the whole cap. Holy hell! Like he had nearly all the points. I don't know. These two are like after me. They're out for blood. Guns on him. I gotta get this guy. I have to get this guy. Please let me sink this one guy. Come on. I'm starting to see stream lag, so I might call it right after this, and hopefully tomorrow I can figure out what went wrong with my bit rate. That I must have been above them. Reset that cap, I have to reset it. That's probably a player. And none of them hit. Great. Okay. That bought me time again. How am I still alive? How? How am I still alive? How the devils am I still alive? And there goes the gun.
Critically damaged.
Come on, let me at least kill this guy. Ow, 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 ow. It's burning up, burning up. Oh, come on, how are you still alive as well? Yeah, I'm about to die. I'm about to get sucked.
Battle ends in 5 minutes. destroyed.
Should focus on the other guy, but I kind of want to reset the cap as well. I'm not going down without a fight. Not going down without a fight. Come on.
Problem solved, sir.
Ooh. Island, 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 island. You know, let's turn the other way. And there we go. Ah! Okay. I held on for as long as I could, although that did give me a crap ton of experience. Now let's see, what is wrong with my bitrate? What the hell? Oh, okay. I don't understand that one. Okay, let's actually see what the hell's going on here. See if I can fix that. I don't think I can. Not while not net streaming, but let's see if this fixes it. Please tell me that fixed it. Hopefully that fixed the bit rate a little bit. Doesn't look like there's still quite a bit of delay. Either that or Restream is still trying to catch up. Oh, let's open this. I'll leave it to random. I'll leave it to luck. What did that give me? Yeah, that was pretty good. I'll take that. I'll take that. I can work with that. I need to... Okay, it's actually appears to be catching up a little bit. At least what it looks like on my end. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what's wrong with my bitrates all over the place. I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Now, let's see. I can actually research the... No, I cannot research the last ship. I need 100 more points, and I'll use the free experience for that. Just 100, I can get that back easy. I'll actually get it without the commander. I'll do what Jim said. I'll move my commander over to this guy. Actually, move back into this ship. Since I have 1 point, what is this? The ship remains partially able to sustain speed and maneuverability when the engines and steering gears are incapacitated. That's actually not bad. Incoming fire alerts. Got salvos at the ship from distance. Okay, just longer distance. Sneak escape from this. Okay. And there's gun turnings. Like, I don't know. Right now I don't feel like I need this. Not yet. Stick with this right now. Yes, actually now. How do I move him? I want to move him to the other ship. Oh, send to reserves. Assign commander. Instant retrain. I think he has that. Okay, there we go. Now he's ready. And let's get rid of my tier 2. I fully leveled that one out, so... What's my user? Well, it's same as my channel, Blackheart_games. Okay, now let's actually practice with this destroyer a bit. I'm probably gonna get wrecked. I only have these two though. And this one has the deep sea one, so I won't be able to aim at absolutely everything with its deep sea ones. Did I research anything on it? No, I don't even have experience on it. I have to mess with it. The good thing there's only one type of ship for the time being. It's all the way up. No, up to tier 4 it'll be destroyers. Let's see, let's try one more battle. I'll do one more battle and fingers crossed everything works. And fingers crossed I don't die in the process. Let's see. Should I go with this one or should I go with the other one? Oh. Okay, he's got a tier 4 one. I don't have tier 4. Unless I'm going with my tier 3 that I just got. Let's see, what is this thing's weapons like? Okay, its weapon layout's weird. And wait, it has torpedoes on it, so I could probably practice torpedoes with this. Okay, no, let's actually practice with this one a little bit. Let's actually test something different. Or maybe a destroyer, maybe... Ah! Okay, there we go. I do need practice with the destroyers because they're fast, they're nimble, and they're probably my main torpedo launchers. Cruisers? What should I practice before calling the stream? What to do? What to do? There you go. Okay. Let's test with this one. I need to get the practice in. Definitely need the practice. That, and I do kind of want to build this destroyer, at least until I can get the other ships to practice with. In the meantime, Eden. Right. Okay, it's not loading right now. Okay, there we go. I was kind of like, why is it not loading? We both set ready. You saw something in the image? What are you looking at? I guess my cat's just being weird. This is a long queue. I'm surprised it hasn't put up with bots yet. Yeah, I have about a minute delay right now. Because I'm looking at what's on what's Restream showing you guys and what I'm seeing. It's about a full minute delay. I need to figure out how to fix that. Okay. So a few tier 3s. Fortunately, none of the tier 3s are players. And Samson and the Gabold will be the ones I'll have to worry about.
General
What
quarters.
game style is this? Okay. To head because I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh. I highly doubt I'll be able to do anything to that guy. Detectives, I'm all good. Stick around before they detect me. And I've been detected. I don't seem to hit anything over there. Ooh, that was close. Maybe I can stick a few shells on that destroyer right there. If he's where I think he is. And that was
Enemy
one
destroyer
lucky
foundered.
shot. Okay, there's nobody on this side, so I might as well turn around. Most of our AI is like focused in the middle right now.
Our team has taken the lead.
Okay, they're just barely within range. Still reloading on those. And I've been detected. And those are playing a good night. Well, if I hit, I'm gonna be like very surprised. Oh, I did hit! Holy hell!
Enemy cruiser sunk.
Oh crap, this is gonna hurt. I doubt I'll be able to stick a torpedo on that guy. There we go with my buddy. right behind that island, so there's no point in aiming at him. Yeah, destroyers are hard to use. Very hard to use. Not to get his way. Why am I still aiming at that one that's so already out of my range? Hopefully those torpedoes hit. Oh, they did hit.
Enemy battleship sunk.
I'm still reloading. Oh, crap. Nice on my head. Faster. I do not understand this this type of matchup. It's like turning around. And there's guns. Loaded on the torpedoes, just get a good angle.
We destroyed an enemy battleship. Our team has
Excellent.
taken the lead.
Where are they? There they are. And weapons aimed at. I can't remember. He does not want that guy's in the way. Well, this was weird. I still got 4 kills. How the devil did I get that? Didn't do as well as I'd hoped, but still pretty good. Let's see. Now I get my daily reward. This is because of my time. Oh right, what did I unlock now?
Access level 11 unlocked. Mount upgrades to boost your ship's characteristics. To unlock the next access level, play 2 battles.
Does it have a skill point available? Maybe. Okay, what's better right now? For the destroyer. Would prefer to keep things from becoming incapacitated. Whoops. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Okay, English not my main language, so I'll just spell me. Let's check the tank. Can I? Okay, I got enough to like upgrade everything here. Engines. I don't think it's enough for the ship. Actually, it is. That's okay, I can replace it. Support. Yeah, agreed. Let's just remove this guy. Over to that one. And sell this. Okay. This doesn't look too different from the previous one, just less guns by the looks of it. It's actually now going to the American cruiser. This is a weird layout, so I'm gonna have to get used to this one. I think I'll do one more battle. Emden. Which was the Emden? I need to remind myself what that was. Let's look at the tech tree. Still haven't learned much of that. Alright, where's the other tier 2 ones? Constant rain. Yeah, I would see that you wouldn't stop firing. That was a good one. Emden. That's. I know it's a tier 2. Pretty sure I still have the Emden. There's the Chester, Samson, St. Louis, Novik. It is pretty good. It's pretty darn good. I just need to figure out which one it is. Maybe I'll get myself one eventually. Medea. Journey one. I also need to decide which branches I'm going to follow. German T2. Okay. It doesn't show up on my end, but it's still pretty good. I do hope to eventually get some premium warships. Thinking the wrong game just now. So, do the Chester right now. I'll work with the American ones a bit. Now had a spike in my bitrate on Warships. Probably stabilized now that I lowered it a bit. So, and then next time I stream I'm gonna keep it in that bitrate, and hopefully I don't get such a delay. Mittens, you scare the crap out of me. Don't poke me like that unannounced, Mittens. Damn. Yeah. Got the scratches you wanted? Now let me play this one. 10 fires. Damn. Yeah, I definitely need to get myself some of those. Although, with 3 experience, I'm gonna get a few ones. And I need to see what I can get from the missions, maybe. Let's see. Let's see reward on combat missions. I know in World of Tanks you could get free premium tanks from missions, or at least the blueprints to get one. I don't know here. Probably try to unlock the rest of mechanics off stream tomorrow if I don't have anything else to do. Although I do need to finish that little construction thing I started today. I did as much as I could, I just need the material to dry up. And then I'm good. Again, was this game mode? I'm gonna have to look at the different game modes.
General quarters.
Oh, you better be good, mittens. Don't miss me. No, no, do not push that, mittens. Push that back in. Don't. I'm gonna move over to C, maybe. No. Not aim at him. Should see. Okay. Not too overworried. Not aim at any of those. I cannot aim at anything. Actually, no, I could aim at this destroyer, but it's too
Enemy
fast.
destroyer detected. Enemy cruiser sighted.
And their eyes are on me.
Enemy destroyer sighted.
Darn it. Okay, that hit. I'm over penetrating. I'll leave those AP shells from close and personal. Oh, that guy's too close. Mittens, now's not the time for you to lick my arm. Get on my lap real quick. Now be a good girl and don't push my hand. Around that destroyers and that'll be a headache to deal with. Let's take one out of here. I don't know how I managed to get it.
Enemy destroyer detected.
Had to
The enemy
I'm kidding him at least. Okay.
Enemy destroyer foundered.
Okay, I just noticed one dead ahead of me. Run.
The enemy is about to win.
Or bots. Yeah, the bots are getting wrecked. Also should aim at that one. Maybe naming two.
Enemy battleship sighted.
Round.
Enemy
And
cruiser
that was a
foundered.
lucky shot right there. I know there's one or two behind this hill. But there's one. Let's try and make a shot. Make it the middle hall. Yeah, no, that was too much.
Enemy cruiser detected.
Okay, that was better.
The ship is on fire. Problem solved, sir.
And I did not notice there was an island ahead of me. Here it's coming around that. Round. Balance them all. And overturning. Oh, just the two of us. And they're focusing on me. Crap. Any yelling? get some shells right down the middle of this guy.
You are the last hope.
Oh. Darn it! I'm gonna mount any upgrades yet, but I will research something. Let's get better guns. Okay, let's get some better survivability. I think we still have enough for engines. Or whatever this is. It's not artillery, but what is this? The mount for the guns, I guess. That would be the engines. And now I don't have enough for anything else. Do I have anything around here? Yes, I do. I'm not gonna waste it on a tier 2. Since I don't know if I can actually remove those from these. At least, I remember one of the attacks when you have to remove that stuff. Yeah, you'd have to spend gold to remove it. Let's see, it's getting late for me. Damn, that's fast. It's sad. Add two contacts. Okay. I'm gonna get tired. That cat's begging me to go to bed right now, and I might as well listen to her before she starts pinching me at my arm. So, that's gonna be it for me today. Just okay, so with that out of the way, I am done for today. I'm tired and I need to get some sleep, especially since tomorrow I do have things to do in the morning. I might play offline, probably, to try and grind out a few things, try and get the rest of the unlockables they still have left. hopefully by next Wednesday I'll have maybe some even better warships on, or maybe some fully upgraded ones at least. Like I'm definitely gonna work on this tier 3, practice more with the destroyers, hopefully get the rest of the other ships as well. So, and I hope you guys enjoyed your stream. Sorry that there's that full minute delay. I'll try and fix it by next time. I do need to figure out how it works. I am multi-streaming, so that might have something to do with it. So I need to figure out how to fix the bit rate. So, thanks you all for watching. If you're watching this on, I know I did not record this time, so no YouTube stuff. Maybe because I was trying to test this game and see how much I enjoy it, and I did enjoy it quite a bit. So, until next time, everyone. Bye bye.